How's it going, Twitch chat? Hello, hello. Hey there, words. How's it going, Phaley? I am bad at names. Eye of Magi. Hello and welcome to Zach. Really enjoyed the Ace Attorney games, but got annoyed when you knew the info to solve the case, but could not figure out what felt like the weird roundabout way the game wanted you to solve it. Kind of point-and-click adventure game logic at times. I'm dreading the day that I get tripped up on that here on stream. Be like, okay, what esoteric clue am I supposed to be interpreting here? What dinner plate decal must I click on? Madargo joining the list of channel cuties. Let me get you added here right away before the stream gets properly introduced. Let me see some waffles in Twitch chat for an all-new cutie to start our Hades 2 stream today. How's it going, legendary Mr. B? Fan from the YouTube. Well, welcome. We're doing some Hades, game that just launched into early access this week. Hades 2, that is. Won't be doing any Slay the Spire. Instead, we've got a variety lineup for Saturday. One of my favorite things to do at the end of the week is relax with some awesome games that I've been spending less time in. So, we are back in Hades 2. How's it going, Paquito? You love the jams in this game. Just need to tweak my controller here for a minute. I need to repair it. Yeah, I do. 1 second, Pushette. Okay, there we go. I have a working controller, and I'm ready to dive back into the early access here of Hades 2, which I have been very much enjoying. There's a lot more to explore here in Hades 2 than I was expecting for an initial early access release. Almost feels like there's a complete game comparable in size to Hades 1, where you've got 4 major bosses and 4 major zones to run through. And then paired with that is a second incomplete game, which is the surface. We've got 2 paths we can head, up or down. Down is feeling pretty complete in that you've got a completed full run you can do. No story to round it out, but upwards, the devs have said, is not complete, but I think there might be 2 bosses at least in that direction. Last time we played, we unlocked a new weapon, the Skull, which I'm definitely going to give a try to. Not sure if I want to go up or down with the Skull. Our current trinket here. That's right, I had the silken sash equipped.
The embryo.
The embryo sounds fun too. Gain a random common chaos blessing once this night. Gotta try that out. Why don't we see if we can get a little bit further going upwards here? Although, let me just quick double check my resource count here. We have a decent amount of ash. Not enough psyche here. What is bronze used for? We haven't unlocked weapon aspects yet.
What say the Arcana?
We have enough ash to unlock some new cards. But I think I want to save up for, no, not judgments. Let's unlock origination. I need a golden apple to get divinity. Okay. Is there anything we can do with the cauldron? Looks like no.
What to cast?
We need cattails, nightshade, garlic. Okay. Have we killed Kronos yet? Yes, we've done so with the torches and with the staff now. I think I'll probably want to get one win with each of the 5 weapons before I set down the early access. Definitely let's keep the fishing rod here. Okay, let's go up with the skull.
This way this time. The crest of the Queen.
Transcendent Favor. Boons have a plus 45% chance to be rare or better is our starting here. That's awesome. Is it okay to talk about Easter eggs that have not been shown in the stream so far? I think I'd like to keep those hidden. That'll be more to discover when the full game comes out then. I don't want to spoil each and everything that, that the early access has. It does seem like there's quite a bit. 1, to leave something for viewers to discover in their own adventures, and 2, to leave me later more stuff to discover. to discover. Speaking of discovering things, this is a new Olympian. We haven't met this one.
The family stands united in our cause. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I accept this message.
Did you think we had met all the gods yet, Twitchchat?
Pleased to make your acquaintance finally, my dear. Welcome to our world surface, such as it is. I promised the family that once you demonstrated your resolve to us, then I'd take you under my wing. And I always keep my vows.
Queen of the Olympians. Boons of Hera. Her powers over the intangible are never to be underestimated. She has a curse called Hitch. Get hitched with Hera. Afflicted foes take 30% of damage dealt to other afflicted foes for 8 seconds. Interesting. Our sprint inflicts hitch on nearby foes, which spreads to other foes near them. So we can use sprint to apply that curse to everybody. Or whenever we run out of magic, prime to restore all magic up to your new reduced limit. Oh, that's very cool. So we spend 80 mana, and then we restore 72 mana, and then we spend all that, and then we restore 64 mana, and then we spend all that, then we restore 56 mana, so on and so forth. Although you have to be able to run out of magic, which is not actually that easy to do exactly, unless you have a spender that can use the dynamic amounts. Let's try out the sprints. Being able to apply this curse in an AoE seems like it could be pretty cool. The skull does bouncing explosions. We have to pick up the skulls after we throw them. fun.
We did it, Phrynos.
The light of the moon is all that now illuminates the surface, where the dead have risen, and Olympus teeters on the brink of doom.
2 days later,
Chronos.
has my opinion on this game changed with more playtime and insight? Yeah, the more I play it, the more I'm liking it. I initially didn't jive with some of the boss fights. And I didn't like the feel of the majority of the weapons that I've tried, but with a little bit of practice, I've started to get the hang of how Melinoe has to move in a different way than Zagreus. And you've got to sort of plan out your combats a little bit ahead of time, which does heavily reward game knowledge for the enemy patterns, I feel like. So this game is definitely a trip going in blind. But the more I play it, the more comfortable I get with it, the more it's fun. I play with a controller, Zach. I could definitely see trying keyboard and mouse, but I feel like I can aim pretty well with a controller still. It does definitely take practice. Just do little short charges, right? They don't do a whole lot of damage. Although I can still charge without spending, yeah? It just does 38 regardless.
The gods.
Ye gods.
Sweetness, why, you seem entirely yourself. Upon the surface here, that is. I thought you couldn't tolerate this place, yet here you are, strutting across the war-torn land as though it's yours by right.
I like that description, Jake Cedar. It feels more strategic, whereas Hades 1 was more mashy, reactive. We are not bleeding health on the surface? Not anymore, no. Is Flutter Flourish good in the way I think it's going to be good? We dash through enemies with the special, so shouldn't they always count as nearby if they're getting hit by it? Pretty sure that's just 2.5 times special damage. I do also like Epic Glamour Gain quite a bit. Actually, one foe always being weak is also going to help us satisfy our 2 curse part, right? We have that enabled? No, we don't. We have 20% damage in casts. Okay, that doesn't matter as much. Okay, let's take Flutter Flourish then.
This feeling, oh.
This seems like too much damage to ignore. The icons in the small icons in the top right quarter of the boons, those are the elemental affinity of that boon. And the number of boons of each element you have is used sometimes. Whoa.
You're the help. Oh, that's rich. Friendly word of advice, sister. Stay out of my bloody way, else you're liable to get hurt. Now scoot, and tell whomever sent you that I work alone.
Mightiest of men, Heracles. Cool.
Your threat is duly noted, son of Zeus. I'm headed for the docks, but understand this city's sealed shut.
Then you understand you ought to turn back. This town is dead. It doesn't let the living pass.
I'm daughter of Hades. The dead shall answer to me. They may just need a little encouragement.
Try all you like. But remember, you were warned.
That barrier's back up.
So, scout around, see what our boon options are. We get to get 6 rewards from this location. Hephaestus boons. Seems like you can collect a lot of boons on the top. Wouldn't mind a double max health location if there is one. More Hera boons. I'd like to see what that is. Lots of Hera and Hephaestus. That seems like it could be cool. And another Aphrodite. And a hammer. Ooh, do I take the hammer? We haven't seen any of the hammer boons for the skull, so Probably I should. Especially if we can make the special better. Okay, let's start with that. Let's get the hammer first.
A bat cage, but no sign of any bats. That pylon's powering the barrier out there.
Absolute chaos, okay. That just does enormous damage. Thanks to Aphrodite. So do the enemies, though, it seems. Yeah, that wasn't great. Oh, our special has more power and we take less damage while using it, you say? Seems pretty amazing. Attack grows bigger and stronger over 2 seconds or until it explodes. Interesting. Well, the specials are faster. I want to try Colossus Tackle here.
I think I'm finished here.
Any secondary chambers here? Look like it.
Something's changed.
Don't understand why we're going to Olympus. It sounded like they needed our help in some way. Let's see. I think about what order I want the boons to be in. I think I'd like Hephaestus Attack. Let's try some Hephaestus
The
boons
barrier's
now.
weakening. And don't mind me.
You can rapid fire those if you're up close. That's good to know, actually. Okay, let's go in here.
Should put a dent into that barrier.
Welcome to the fine city of Ephira, Witchy. Most important thing to know is, whatever happens to you there, I cannot be held liable. I work weapons, not miracles.
I just realized Hephaestus has a prosthetic leg. Yeah, I wanted Volcanic Strike, is what I wanted. Although, Trusty Shield is also very nice. Uncanny Fortitude's also good. Good thing we're getting quite a few Hephaestus boons. We'll start with the Strike.
Silver.
So that our skulls do a big explosion. What's the recharge time on that? 10 seconds. Cool. No subzones here either. Okay, let's get another boon from Forge Daddy.
They never learn.
See, they create things when they die. Interesting. Ow. Definitely not used to the enemies on the surface here.
Let that be a lesson.
Okay, if I could get the armor now, that'd be great.
Olympus, I accept this message.
400 damage on the specials is tempting. We can reroll these, because these are not what I wanted. Vent. Gonna add an extra delayed 300. I'm gonna reroll, though.
Infinite possibility.
400 vent. Or we're invincible for 10 seconds at the start of each fight. Hell yeah. I want to be invincible. That sounds awesome. If I can just spam my specials through things for 10 seconds, we can clear out a lot of zones pretty quickly.
Phrynos, do your thing. Be at peace.
Seems like it, yeah, has a fun combo with Poseidon's do more damage at the start of fights. 3 pylons left. I'm gonna... What was that? Hello? Whoa. Oh, I see. I'm playing Donkey Kong now. I'll take a boon from Hera now. Yeah, breaking the pylon also shoots out a bunch of spirits to take out the enemies.
In the name of Hades.
Engagement ring. Your cast lasts way longer and deal damage to every foe that joins the encounter. Deal damage upon spawning. Interesting. Engagement ring. That's great. Orngain. Yeah, that's right. Or Keen Intuition. When you use Omega moves while you have 100% mana, they deal more damage. Omega damage. Let's take a engagement ring. That sounds cool.
By her grace.
Of course, I can't recast the cast while it is in play, but I really like the longer duration on it. So that's kind of a fire and forget version of the cast. That's true words. There was no dialogue there for a second Hera boon. I'm guessing that's a early access kind of thing. I'm sure there's going to be lots and lots of contextual boon dialogues added.
They trying to escape.
But I'm guessing not everything is going to be in place yet, narratively like that. Let's get one more Hephaestus boon. I want the Apollo boon. Oh, there's dudes behind that. Like the Pillars of Health Bars? Question mark? Yeah, did I want an Aphrodite boon? Let's grab another Aphrodite boon.
Caught.
Cool.
In the name of Hades.
Add 9 attack power. Interesting. I do like the healthy rebound quite a bit. Or we could take a weaker version of Glamour Gain. Does mean bosses do 10% less damage, is my understanding. I'm gonna take healthy rebounds.
That's a feeling there.
Favorite boons for descending? I could definitely see it. I might be that I'm not picking correctly for the path we're on, because I don't really know the path we're on very well.
That should have done it.
Charged right into that barrel. Not bad. Oh, I see. Engagement ring also damages like sub-enemies that are created. Take more damage, don't take. More damage would help it. Mana left.
Pathetic.
Alright, we gained Transcendent Strike. Now our attacks deal more damage.
Olympus, I accept this message.
We get less rare boons, or do we though? Ooh, let's get the 400 vent damage. That sounds very nice.
The Forge of the Heavens.
So we do 200 damage initially, plus 400 damage after 5 seconds. That's very cool.
Time to go.
Have we seen any Chaos Gates in the overworld? I don't think so.
Back to nature.
Nice full heal there.
Doomed city at her back, the Princess of the Dead heads toward a dismal pasture where she senses she is not exactly being watched.
Polyphemus must already know I'm here.
Not exactly.
I sense a fish. Let's fish.
It's fish.
Come on out.
Okay, not a perfect catch, but a catch. I'll take it. Heck
Might
yeah, we get
protect you,
another,
my
Arrow boon. Up.
You've come to aid me even here, Lord Charon. Though I imagine not even you can travel much farther where I'm headed. I won't forget your generosity. Fair trade.
We've a long-standing partnership with your good boatman there. I bring mortals into being and marry them off after a bit. He takes them yonder to your realm. Or used to, anyway.
We get hit, inflict the foe with hitch, and then reflect 750% of the damage we just took. While none of your other boons are common, deal more damage. Does Transcendent Strike count? I guess is the question. If this is 10% global damage, it says you have 0 now. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes, you have 0 now, so we get 10% more damage
I felt
from all
something.
sources. That's excellent. And I think I'm going to take the max health because we don't have very much. Although a power up on any of our boons could also be pretty sweet here. I'll take max health. Only I had a little bit more money, I would love to buy the slice. Oh well. Going up.
You're no sheep. You went through my old barn the other night while I was out. Could have cased the joint, but you didn't. drank from my well and that was it.
I'm no thief. And besides, your residence is filthy. You could stand to clean it up instead of facing me. Let me know if you need assistance, as I'll soon be passing through again.
Nah, thanks. If it was tidy in there, I couldn't sniff my way around. And also, you shut up. I don't go telling you the way you ought to live. Heads up. Where'd you go? Having some friends over. Dinner.
Hitting you while he's in midair. Good to know.
Couldn't have gone far. Really, huh?
Ow.
You're gonna pay real soon.
Thought I had a damage opportunity there. I did not. Music's even better than last time? Question mark? Alright, you got this. Just, yeah, there you go.
Lights out.
Nap time.
Eat that.
Hey there, Dax Eats. Yeah, exclamation point mods has all my Spire mods that I use. Yeah, he's actually just asleep. Maybe,
Tickles.
oh.
Still sleeping here.
Okay, buddy.
Must be where Polyphemus lives. Ugh.
Alright, let's keep the current boon, right? We keep that boon if we swap off the trinkets, if I understand this correctly.
This then.
Just have transcendent attack. Seems like the keepsakes are overall stronger, or at least stronger if you're swapping them correctly. I think in Hades 1 there were more situations where you just wanted to keep one trinket the whole run. Maybe I just haven't unlocked the ones that encourage that here in Hades 2.
The docks. It's still connected to the main fleet. Are you lost, little one? Transfer now.
Boat time.
Next bearing.
Let's take a palm, actually. Seems like upgrading one of our boons in level could make a big difference damage-wise.
Got you.
Yeah, for 50 vent damage. No, let's improve the special damage to be double damage.
Push closer.
Oh, anything that spawns takes damage. It doesn't have to be in the ring. I misunderstood that. Okay, that's awesome. The engagement ring just hits every enemy that spawns, plain and simple.
Into the sea with you.
Can you knock enemies off the boat? That's cool if so. I think that was gonna hurt. Cast more properly. Giant AoEs. Very hard.
Beginning attack run.
What? Icarus?
Icarus?
What are you doing here?
There's so many characters in this game.
Good work.
No art for you, though.
It's really you. Before you say anything, I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I spotted this ship and I had to drop in for a closer look. And now I'm going to take off. So let's pretend this never happened, hey?
Hold it right there, Icarus. I'm not about to let you just fly out on me again without a chat, at least. To start with, what are you doing in the middle of this blasted war?
The same thing I've been doing. Slowing these bastards down. If everyone like me pitched in a little bit, this war would have been well over by now.
That may be so, but this is a matter between gods and titans. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Bit late for that, Millie. Anyway, I've kept you for too long, but let me give you something I've been working on before I go. And these will work, I swear.
Gain 40 armor. The next time we lose all armor, deal 4,000 damage to nearby foes. Gain 80 armor, become invincible when it wears off. Or after we enter a location, prime 20 mana to give 10 power to our attacks, which notably doesn't wear off ever. Interesting. Let's go in Tibbs MM. Why don't I like the Philosopher's Stone in Slay the Spire that much? It's essentially 1 damage per enemy per turn. That's a simplification, but it really adds up quite quickly over the course of an act. Just through a handful of encounters, you could be losing 10, 20, 30 additional health because of the Philosopher's Stone. And that really adds up in a pretty detrimental way. And then when you get to the heart fight, the Philosopher's Stone is adding 15 additional damage per 3 turns, which is really nasty. Priming is limited to 1 location. That's right, but this always means we have 20 less mana, 20 less max mana, 10 more attack power for the rest of the run, whereas these aren't for the rest of the run. That said, I mean, they kind of are. 80 health sounds kind of nice, actually, so I'm going to take 80 health.
You won't be disappointed.
Thanks.
Now that I think about it.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Smarter here. What on earth is that? Hell yeah, more hero boons. Place the cast first. I think it's damaged by the wedding ring.
Last one.
Sweet.
Queen Hera, out of all the matters you could be attending to, you've chosen to aid me. I am honored and would honor you in kind.
Is there a wedding date that I should know about, or are you merely being generous with me? In any case, when I'm offered to, there's always a catch. So, here.
You truly needn't have, Your Majesty. In the name of Hades.
Pitch effects deal more damage and last longer. I kind of like that. Or Bridal Glow. 2 random boons become heroic rarity, then lose rarity every 7 encounters. Let's take Bridal Glow here, because I think we're close to the end of our surface adventure one way or the other. Let's see what we get here.
Vested in me.
Prince Blast and Healthy Rebound. Ooh, what's Epic Rarity Healthy Rebound look like? Holy crap, 600. And if we're half or above, heal the full when we move to a new location. Unfortunately, we're not half or above at this time. But any small amount of healing would change that. Did they degrade all the way down to common? Yes. Not worried about that, though, because I don't think we're going to have that many locations. What? Serious? It's not smooth.
Okay.
Oh no. Not again. Alright, here goes.
Charybdis, devourer of ships.
Not even a real boss, by the way. cost almost everything, but we did it. All I get is a lousy boon, though.
Hear me, on my authority.
If our hitch-afflicted foes are slain, damage all the other ones. Let's make our hitch last longer, I guess.
The abomination called Charybdis forms within the waters of the Sea of Vortex, from which not even the sleekest ship can possibly escape.
Somnomnomnax, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club.
I should probably go.
Dang right, we should get out of here. This place is miserable. No reprieve, though, just more boat nerds right away. They do lift up their axe for a big while before they do this stupid.
Breaking through.
Oh, I see a whole bunch of tiny enemies are spawning and getting murdered. I love engagement ring. It's great. Excellent, dude. Very cool. We're going Magic Square, been on the YouTube grind. Not so bad a grind. Hades 2 has been a delight thus far. Way more to explore here than I expected.
Which way now?
Guess I'll take more ash.
Be gone.
Ridiculous.
Lost too much blood.
Alright, we've de-rarefied our boons, but it's shop time. We might actually get to see the boss of this zone. We didn't make it this far last time.
The Black Flagship.
Ah, that's where we get golden apples. I was wondering.
Olympus, accept this message.
Let's make the boss week. Volcanic strike levels up. Okay, that's gonna be helpful. This boss is evil. Uh-oh.
Now take me to the coast.
Fortunately, we weren't quite... Oh, no.
Ah. Hey, sailor. What a coincidence running into you like this so far away from home. Where are you headed? Maybe I could give you a lift.
You know perfectly well where I'm headed. And I can get there on my own, thanks.
You
sure about that? Because it looks like you've been having a pretty rough night so far. And it's only going to get worse.
What do you mean by that?
I don't care for your insinuations here, Eris. Speak plain or get out of my way.
Oh, I'll speak plain. You're boring, I don't like you, and you don't get to order me around. Heads up!
Run!
Oh! That's a cool move, I think. Use that word, yeah, cool. You're just gonna get more and more intense here.
How's this?
Hurts.
How about this? All right, fine. All mine.
Fair enough.
I'm not returning yet. Come here, trouble!
Whoa.
How could you be so cruel?
Eris vanquished.
A bit too close. Golden apple.
He's definitely mean, though. Definitely mean. Very impressed to get through that with the first attempt. And there seems to be more? Question mark.
Thus, having overcome
Oh, no.
the
Okay.
fate-wrought curse confining her to the underworld, the Princess of the Dead ventured out onto the surface realm.
Figured that's all we had
Her
for the
aim,
surface.
to reach the mountain of the gods, and there disrupt the massing forces of their crafty foe. Much more's to be told of that in due course, but let us say, for now, she ran into some difficulties here and there.
Return to Shadow now.
How many acts was that? That was just 2. So that's about as much as, it feels like the surface has about as much as Hades 1 did for the initial early access release, which is to say not a whole lot. But we saw what that turned into over the course of Hades 1's development. So there's definitely a lot of potential for that to expand
You there?
and grow. And there's, of course, the whole underground
Well,
route,
late
which
again,
feels
huh?
practically complete.
Hey, where have you been? You smell. Not in a bad way, necessarily, and I don't know how I can smell or remember any smell, so... That is weird.
I was up top. Must be the sea air and the salt, distinct from Oceanus down below. I sailed across the waters toward Olympus on a ship.
Exciting. I was right here the whole time.
No need to be concerned. Eris outright attacked me, just as I was approaching Mount Olympus. Who gave her the adamant rail anyway? A weapon once used to slay titans turned against the gods.
The rail has turned against the gods before. Only the fates know its true and final purpose. But Eris has it by their own decree. Perhaps as a plaything to keep her occupied.
To keep me occupied, apparently. Makes me wonder if the fates want Chronos stopped or not. Did you and Eris ever fight like this?
Oh yes, much as I tried to avoid it.
You finally returned.
This should be possible.
Okay, we can get a healing restoration above. That's not a big deal. Cattails could be nice. Rite of river fording. Restore the Crossroads fishing pier so that it can be used. Minimum 2 guests at a time. We can go fishing with people? This is excellent news.
A moment, goddess.
Sniff deeply of those cattails.
Adequate.
Drink them in. We need more cattails at the moment.
Good, you're back. According to reports, Ares flew off toward the Rift of Thessaly on an intercept course with the fleet. Except I don't think that she's headed there to help. Not you, at least.
These reports aren't of much benefit to me after the fact, but at least I can confirm they're accurate. How preposterous that we cannot rid ourselves of her.
All we can do is work with what we've got. I apologize that we could not forewarn you on this one. We'll continue investigating her motives and accomplices.
I'm not convinced she has any of either. I shall, my lord. Until then, we each have our tasks to complete. A shipment's arrived.
Oh, finally.
Trade you. As promised.
Moondust. Give me some psyche.
Ordering this. I vanquished Eris on the surface, but could go no farther from that point. I was nearly at the base of Olympus, yet my path was sealed, like it didn't even exist.
Eris must find all of this delightful, certainly. That pathway wasn't sealed, 'twas a void. No incantation is required, merely patience for the future to unfold.
Kind of one of the benefits of playing early access here. We get to hear lines like this, where we allude to the fourth wall of early access within the game itself in full voiced manner. This is going to get removed when they, finish the rest of the service. So it's kind of cool to be able to see it.
But Olympus needs us now. My task could ill afford to wait. That's why we started when we did. That's what you said.
Time works in curious ways, Millenoi. That much we have experienced firsthand. Fear not. The path to Olympus shall open. Mortals pray for such outcomes. We but wait.
It's got to have patience, Twishat. Game development is hard. It takes time. Giving you nectar yet, Hecate?
Oh, come, Millenoi. You need not influence me with such gifts. We have a task. Let us stay focused on it, no?
You have taught me to apply myself to many things at once, headmistress. Why can't I stay on task while paying my respects?
Indeed. I want to unlock... You can get Divinity now, but I need more Ash, I see.
Concentrate.
Okay. Will. Seems we have 3 weapons we haven't killed Kronos with yet. Why don't we try to do that? That Chaos Spoon. Is Chaos the last one? Yeah, of course they are.
Embryo.
And I'm going to try a Dagger Run.
To all of you just
Lynn
joining
and
up,
Oros.
welcome. You have an animal familiar now. Well, your disciples are my disciples, young one. They shall be trained and cared for here while you're away, and they can fight me also if they like.
Thank you.
We have got to get rid of those.
And then definitely keep the fishing rod. I'm not even sure what we can use the fish for yet. Craven sea creature. A wretched thing requiring no further explanation at this time. What can I do with it?
This cauldron by the will of...
How strange to be encountering this brother of mine here. So then he truly hasn't stirred at all?
Oh, they can be sold. That makes sense.
Not once. Headmistress Hecate says Hypnos was already fast asleep when she recovered him from my father's house. You never visited him there before?
It wasn't my place. We each come from big families, don't we? Odd families. You know how it is.
The fish at this time might be kind of placeholdery. It looks like the art for the one we found certainly is. And it might well be that the whole
Yes.
trading them for bones is also a placeholder until a further mechanic can be developed.
Welcome, Lord Charon. Broker?
Ah, yes, 34.
Here you are.
For that. We can sell extra other stuff too. Okay, so you can also grow plants to make bones. That's kind of neat. Season new. You're using the cauldron. Glorious. Have enough psyche to level up? I do. And then we need 230 for the next upgrade. So I can activate Swift Runner if we want to. Let's try Origination instead of the Furies. So if we get 2 curses on an enemy, they'll take 25% more damage.
Do I dare? I swear it, Nyx.
Let's try the Vow of Wandering. See how that feels.
A secret monument to night, etched with her will and testament, looms tall within the training grounds, revealing its nature only to the worthy.
I'm in the inner circle now. I go. For the Silver Sisters.
Yeah, like, the Chaos Trinket seems amazing, right? Just starting out with a massive chance for rare boons is insane.
You came closer than ever to our mountaintop. I hoped, perhaps, that we could meet at last, but we've more pressing matters to attend to now, the both of us.
And get engagement ring again. I want it.
Our bond renewed.
That was an enemy from the next zone.
Fishing point time. There. The hunt begins. Mine. I got him over.
Yes, Hera is unlocked for the Underworld now, it seems. Scorch on the attacks would be really nice for this weapon. KVX says, I remember a while ago you said there might not be Aspire 2 because there wasn't much to improve upon, but gave Hades as an example of a game which could be improved upon enough to warrant a second one so far. Does it feel like that improvement is there? In some ways, yes. In other ways, it's kind of a parallel shift. But I'm very excited to see how far they take it from here.
Nasty Eris from the sky. Well, serves her right. Though we could never make her stay away for good. To think she's one of Nyx's many pups. Squeeze out a big litter like that, you're liable to get a runt.
Oh, okay. Alright, let's take Flame Strike. Let's get scorching rapid fire attacks here. Seems cool. And we add Demeter to the mix? Why not?
struggles to grow, so too must we push ourselves to discover our truest potential. Behold my power over life and death. May you find yours.
Can I have your dash? I like your dash. Oh. Can have epic frigid sprint or epic gale force. Let's take the sprint.
Now.
Because we've seen that this slows projectiles and is very strong as a result.
Always use more.
Paradigm shift mainly comes from less emphasis on dashing. Yeah, less emphasis on dashing, more of an emphasis on standing still in one place to perform a charged attack. All these Omega moves require you to stop for a little bit and assess what you're doing. Beeps, thanks for 19 months. 19 months of falling asleep to the buttery voice. Does the pet have any effect on combat? Yes, they give us 10 max health. And they block projectile shots with their body, which can help sometimes. Going to Arachne?
Die the stick and load it. Ah, it's you. No, what is that? An amphibian. Do get it out of here, my friend. Please help me get it out.
Steady yourself, Arachne. This is Phrynos. Phrynos is a friend. A familiar friend of mine, in fact. He means you no harm at all. Your stash of flies, however, that we may need to safeguard.
Oh, that is a relief. Well then, Phrynos, if indeed you are a friend, then you are welcome here. And if you'd like a bite to eat, then you are more than welcome to that too.
KVX says, I have a hard time playing Hades for long periods of time. I tend to tense up physically. I think I do the same thing, actually. Definitely, Hades makes my back hurt in a weird way. I'm tensing, like what you describe. Ooh, 45 mana per second is nice. I'm gonna try the Moonlight Dress, though. Let's see how well we can perform and get some extra cash here.
Almost. Goodbye for now.
Oh yeah, we have good stuff going on now. A lot of scorch damage. Let's let you burn. It does take a while to do the damage. We definitely want to get immune to damage. What's going on over here? Maybe can't take damage if we're not in the light.
It's gone.
Either way, it looks like we probably
with me,
want the boon that activates our burn if we accumulate too much of it.
Much as your father was custodian of all the dead, so are we responsible for the rest of the world. The hour has grown dark, yes, but we have the power to restore. Thanks be to my good sister Demeter.
Oh, snap.
The time for restoration always comes, as does the spring. But we're amidst a long winter, without an end in sight. We need concern ourselves with naught else, O Queen.
You know, it's a really good run when you get offered a duo boon very early. Cherished Heirloom. Other keepsakes you equip are stronger this night, if possible. Fascinating. +1 rank to keepsakes. Try it.
A victory, yet time our foe remains.
Guessing that doesn't count the one we have currently.
This place again. Not thirsty, but hey.
But hey. Alright, gonna get a new Chaos boon momentarily.
Arachne was here. Huh. Perhaps I'd better go.
To the left.
My Chaos boon just changed.
Transcendent Mind. We have more max mana now. 5 more Scorch. More sprint damage or more on-spawn damage. Ooh, I want, well, I think Flame Strike's going to be our main DPS for this run, actually, so let's up that further.
Go, Freenos. See you in the crossroads.
Good work, Freenos. He's 50 bones, right? I want that.
Oh, good. Some target practice then.
You're just in time. The hunter's mark again. Oof.
Area secure. It's really true about the Fates. That Kronos somehow got to them. Doesn't want to take any chances anymore. Did the Fates prophesize their own captivity?
How can you be so casual about this? If the Fates themselves couldn't stop Kronos, we won't have an easy time. We're beholden to chance ourselves.
Do I like the mob designs better in Hades 2? I think so. Yeah, the shield enemies are less obnoxious. There's a few stinkers, of course, in Hades 2, but you know, there were plenty of obnoxious enemies in the first one. And I overall like how the enemies ask you to fight them.
So what if we are? You know not even I always hit my mark. What do I do if I miss? I take another shot. The greater the skill, the less is up to chance.
Love not having the respawn guys from Act 3. There's a heat modifier that essentially adds that to everybody. So that's terrifying. But if you don't want to play with it, you don't have to. 10% crit chance to anything in the cast is pretty cool. But with support fire, now we want support fire here. 10 seeking arrow damage
Together we
per
shine.
dagger strike, in addition to our
Moonlight
scorch
Guide.
damage, is exactly what we're
Let's do
looking
this
for
again
here.
sometime. For the cauldron.
290. Okay, we can afford the Demeter boon and one other thing.
You're not particularly close with your brothers or sisters, are you? When you chance to visit us, Nemesis all but ignores you. I know, it's just...
Never got into the first game, since whenever you watched gameplay, you couldn't discern the hitboxes with all the glowing and flashing. Definitely Hades 1 and, to a similar extent, Hades 2 are visually noisy games, where it's hard to tell what's going on screen sometimes. Yeah, that is the thing. I'd say that's still a problem. It doesn't feel like too big an issue with a lot of practice.
Having our correspondence smuggled to and fro by the erstwhile boatmen of the dead.
One boon gets rare cropped, huh? You think that's worth it? I'm gonna re-offer here.
The Fates won't mind.
Eh. This Tranquil Gain is okay for a way to regain magic.
Desolation.
Should have just taken her crop. Oh well.
Ready?
Yes.
You spoke the oath of the unseen and would enact Night's testament this eve. I sensed the growing fear. How much of it is yours?
A healthy fear, no more no less, Headmistress. I'm honored that you granted me the right to take the oath. Assuming it was your doing, rather than Commander Skelemia's.
Best not to speculate too much. 'Twas your own doing most of all. Then face me on this terror-stricken eve. You have made certain vows and shall experience the consequence. Divide and strike. Luna Ray. We are as one. Well done. Sisters, to me! Excellent.
Gee.
To bear each of the nocturnal arms is a terrible responsibility. I've only begun to realize their nature. A certain incantation shall deepen your understanding.
Ah, here we go.
The aspects of night and darkness.
Unlocking aspects. Aspects make the game quite a bit more interesting to me. You get essential different variations on each of the weapons, each bearing a different name. And they each have different modifiers to the behavior of the weapon. So it takes the 6 base weapons you have, or I guess 5 currently, and then multiplies them by 4 or more.
I was beginning to think I had successfully dissuaded you. When it came to my attention, you were trespassing some other place instead. You dared venture above.
I've seen your work up there firsthand. To have unsealed the very gates of hell and brought disaster to mortals you've nothing to do with your petty vendetta.
You speak of the bedraggled city of Athera, which once stood in sycophantic tribute to your upstart father. Perhaps what mortals yet remain there shall think twice next time before they put their faith in gods.
Coward.
Okay, so we can swap to a trinket and we get a... Can rarefy epic blessings? Holy moly. We get a bonus rank on the trinket, and yes, you can have a tier 4 trinket in this way. So Luckier Tooth restores us to 126 life. Neat. Purest Hope seems kind of cool. Add Apollo into this mix with a really high rarity boon. We have the max mana perk from Chaos. That's fine. Let's swap to Purest Hope here.
All right.
Downsides to the dash hitting everything around me.
Be gone from here.
Orin, thanks for 6 months.
You're not supposed to know, just so you know. I tell Olympus all the latest happenings, nothing too private, mind, and then I tell you more. Just keeping tabs on everyone, I guess.
% faster attacks is nice. Quick Buck is also decent. I also don't hate a reroll here, but I'd rather use that on Apollo's boon. Totally Kai Lexi, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club.
Here we go.
And faster attacks.
Here, fishy. And caught. I caught a chitin. Interlopus.
Definitely take the hammer over those options.
once again.
The last strike in our attack sequence deals way more damage in a bigger area. Let's try Final Slice.
For Limandoros.
Whoa. Boom. I like it.
Hold.
Here's Apollo. Okay, yeah. Let's do it.
Now that's a sea serpent. Mindless wretch.
You got from me, Apollo.
See, Sunshine? Hope can work wonders when it's part of a good plan. For when you bear the purest hope I gave to you, I won't be far behind. And the warm, fuzzy feeling.
Like he's got a comment for having the trinket. Thing super special. I think we want to reroll this. Although Supernova is kind of insane here. I think I did want Nova Flourish. I just wanted a higher rarity Nova Flourish. I really want to get a heroic boon, so I'm going to reroll here.
Sure, why not?
Extra dose. Here we go. Rarify it.
Right.
Our attack has a 13% chance to hit twice. Like it. That's pretty cool.
Hey, you look great, man. Thought I'd mention it. Because I'm thinking...
I can use this.
Narcissus is so good. Wait, have we given Narcissus a trinket?
As you've made no attempt to snap my head from my shoulders, unlike many other things lurking about, I'm compelled to give you this. Just as a casual acquaintance, to be clear.
You give me such tokens of affection, full knowing I've already got a lot of them, and, more importantly, am spoken for. Fine. Here's something to remember me by.
How could I ever
Aromatic
forget you,
file.
Narcissus?
Look, I can tell you're having trouble moving on. Maybe you ought to spend a little time down in the fields. Clear your head, put the pieces of your heart back together and all that.
If you mean the morning fields, I don't think that's a healing place. The shades there wallow in self-pity and speechless despair. Although there is one who repeats whatever I say to her.
Repeats whatever you say to her. I knew a nymph like that one time. Nice girl. But she didn't get me. Only ever talked about herself. I had to cut her off.
So you do know Echo, the mountain nymph. She's languishing in the fields
So
even
dumb.
now. Apparently because of you. I can hardly get through to her.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, tell her Narcissus really wants what's best for her. Unless that's me. Don't tell her that part, though.
Amazing. Get a palm and some stuff. Or more change of fates. I'll take the palm and stuff, though.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Molly.
Wait, that can level up? You serious? 16% chance to hit twice. Awesome. shoots 2 supporting fire arrows when it hits twice.
Now for the last one.
16% is kind of low. Yeah, all of the boon numbers in Hades 2 at the moment are a little on the low side. Feels like they erred on the side of caution for balancing. I don't 100% agree with how they valued everything.
Cooked fish.
Oh, they're trapped in the thing.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Now let's get Nova Flourish. Laser daggers. Ooh, Chaos Gate can spawn, huh? We're a little bit late for wanting a Chaos Gate, but it's not a horrible idea. Definitely take Hyper. Buy some dust? Buy some dust. I'll skip Spark of Ixion this time. Scorch-afflicted foes explode when they die. Sure.
They'll burn. Here for the show.
Alright, gotta contend with the sirens. We can do a lot of damage, so I'm not that afraid of this fight.
You again. Oh, hey, as one of our fans, what would you say is the best thing about Skilla and the Sirens, Our latest hit song? Our impeccable style?
Your sense of style isn't really to my taste. That I can say for certain.
Oh, that's okay. Not everybody's got good taste. At least you're strong enough to admit it, though we're going to get you for that insult anyway. This song's called Coral Town.
Fun all you want. The engagement ring works so well. You're wrecked.
Show's over.
Perfect.
Another pearl.
You think you should play Hades 1 before Hades 2? Definitely. Hades 1 is at the moment a far more complete product for one. Mountains restore more health. The next one makes one random common boon of yours epic. Interesting. That's cool. Epicify a boon. It's Narcissus' one, I think. Yeah. Take the money.
Out of here. It's so... Ugh.
Why is it so goopy, though? Why did it start already leveled? Says engagement. Goddamn wizard. That's because of a duo boon that we have. Where's that duo boon? Here it is. Cherished heirloom. All keepsakes get +1 rank this night, including to a tier 4, higher than max rank normally.
Those poor shades.
Omega attack gains more power for each foe we slain. Omega special gains 4 power each time it keeps hitting the same foe. Let's try concentrated flurry.
One to go.
Give us some ranged boss damage, maybe.
Perish.
Let's see more boons from Hera. Whatever I'm me, thanks for the 4 months of the Prime sub, and Zorak with a 14 months. Thank you both.
Now. Your magic against mine. Crude sorcery at best.
Within the vastly sprawling fields of morning reside countless sorrow-spreading shades, as well as demons that insatiably feast upon their misery.
Giving snakes a bad name while they're at it. Hear me, on my authority.
Replace the Apollo special. Interesting. Any sacrifice boons you choose are stronger. Oh. So, so this. When we replace a boon with a higher rarity one, add 3 levels to it. That sounds cool. You know what? Let's try it. Let's see what family trait does for us here.
Can't hide from me. The trap is set.
What?
Come back.
Did I miss it? Oh well. Yeah, we can take it again with Echo. That's right.
Again.
Or can we?
Expecting someone else. Taking a moment to get my bearings. Was nice and quiet here till you showed up.
You haven't seen a gentle-looking nymph nearby, have you? She's often here on this bridge.
Might be I scared her off. Got more important things to do than chasing nymphs. Anyway, go on. The spirits in this place won't like us making nice. Catch.
I'm saved.
Get 60 max mana instead of what we would have gotten here.
Petals from a golden bough.
What? I just didn't know that hit me.
Smackers. Out with you all. Can't take this yet. All clear. Olympus, I accept this message.
Close call. Gain 1 use of Death Defiance that makes everything else move 90% slower. Take an extra Death Defy.
Count.
That's that.
Could get going now.
Ooh. money do I have? Lots? Sure. Give me a boon of...
All right.
Ariadne. Take a shop or just a Haraboon. Shop should have boons in it. Favorite weapon so far? I think the axe.
That's something.
Although that's a different thing from most effective weapon.
In the name of Hades.
Okay, there's our cast replacement. So that replaces Wedding Ring. Do very big damage. Solar Ring level 5, epic rarity. I'm gonna take it.
The might of Olympus.
It's gonna be big damage to Cerberus for sure. Take 30 max mana. I'm not gonna pay 50 for 10 Psyche. Or max mana, I guess.
What is it you think you're guarding, hmm?
What? Yeah, I have an issue with that hitbox. One hand up is bosses always have the same attacks. There's definitely some variation to them.
Spirits of despair, be gone.
A Hecate, for example,
Placated
uses
for the moment,
3 different
terrifying
spells, I think.
Cerberus turns his attention from the princess to the gates of Tartarus below.
And for the second boss, there can be a different featured artist each combat. That said, one of the criticisms I do have with this game that I think Hades 1 had that they didn't address properly is boss variation. That the bosses are more or less the same each time you fight them, and that creates a high degree of repetitiveness to the runs that causes them to wear stale pretty quick in a way that I don't think they would if you had, say, 3 different bosses that you could fight at random.
Should switch keepsakes.
But maybe that'll change during the early access period. Maybe they've got more planned. I don't know. We'll see.
Try another one, maybe.
For luckier tooth, how many death defiances do I need? All the death defiances.
The tooth.
Every death, every defiance.
After the calculating Titan of Time wrested control of the underworld, he sealed shut the major artery from Tartarus. Yet the Princess of the Dead knows of a hidden passageway within.
Secrets of the unseen. Unseen. The lowest reaches.
Really like the music in this area. This part's the coolest.
Just a few chambers to the house.
Confound it, but you are difficult one to pin down.
More. No traitor to the house shall go unpunished.
I'll take some cash.
I'll slay you all. Coin for Charon.
All this stuff. Yeah, up and down paths create variation. That does help a lot. If you've got different sort of runs you can embark on.
Split path.
Dad.
It's me.
Close to some boss variation allowed in Hades 1 via the extreme measures heat penalty, which I'm hoping we'll see a return later
that he should
in Hades
storm
2.
into this place with such abandon only to be ushered out again. Takes a small army of satyrs to drive him back.
Kronos casts him out into the morning fields above. Then rage and despair congeal about him, and his better senses take leave. My own path leads me through where he resides.
So you must face him in that sorry state. Thank you, daughter, for taking pity on the moody beast. He has seen better, but been through worse. You were too young to form a bond before, but perhaps it is not too late.
Yeah, deal more damage per spent death defiance. Not sure if this counts our bonus ones, but it's going to be at least plus 20% potentially. And that 20% should apply while the bonus ones are getting used, because I think the normal ones will get used first. Either way, let's try last gasp here.
All right.
see how that goes. In before we kill Kronos without dying one
Cerberus,
time.
take care of him, okay?
Yeah, we currently have 4 Death Defiances, by the way. What is happening here? What a nightmare of a room that was. That's with no heat penalties either.
Some shade rot.
Terrible.
Are you how Kronos gets his gold?
Hard to deal with at short range.
How about this?
Just want to see the sweet 40% damage up. You're not wrong.
I much prefer silver. In the name of Hades.
It's a pretty good bridal glow.
My strength reborn.
Family Trade and Nova Flourish. Specials deal way more damage. Sacrifice boons now get 5 additional levels. Amazing.
Pure glimmering gold. A metal shunned by the true king of the underworld, not just for its softness, but because it was favored by his Titan father. A stark reminder of a bygone age.
It's shiny, but so what? A fishing point.
Oops. Oh, there's
I
a
can
fountain
access
here.
this old fountain chamber now.
Oh, nice. That's very helpful.
Olympus, I accept this message.
We can up the Scorch damage substantially, although if I can't get the Spend Scorch, it's not going to help that
2 more
much.
chambers.
Have we defeated Kronos already? Yes, we have. With 2 of the 5 weapons so far. Also nightmarish.
Back to dust.
What the potato hell is this? Right? It's time to get out of here.
No traitor to the house shall go unpunished.
Alright, time to go to the shop. Play with controller. You can buy Death Defiance. How nice. Don't mind if I do.
This one. Hear me, on my authority.
Oh, wait, it says how many I have, right? You have 3, okay.
Valuable enough.
2 more scorch damage is kind of pathetic. 40% more hitch damage, though. Holy moly. Not that we are going to do hitch damage. Whatever. Let's see how the final fight goes.
Quick dip.
Hello again, my girl. You are proving to be quite a nuisance. If only because you insist on continually setting loose your father's wretched old 3-headed cur. To think how such a beast used to be kept within these walls.
So you keep casting out poor Cerberus into the morning fields, where he rages alone, of all your unforgivable offenses.
What would you have me do? I do not require him to guard the gates to this realm, for they are open wide. And I certainly do not require him to shed everywhere. Though bloodshed, I accept.
We've got a lot of those left. Whoa. She has that much health for Death Defiance.
I call upon my subjects now.
I might get there. Reno's could work. Very well.
Time hits all. The strength shall fail you.
Truly.
right, just go.
Now then.
This attempt is over.
No!
PG.
That is what you get for all the inconvenience you caused.
No, I could have beaten him.
GG.
Hey,
Seemed to be going better than well until the end. Yeah, there's no excuse for playing poorly.
Oh, what gives there, Mel? You look like you've seen a... I don't know.
I think it's lunchtime.
Whatever it was, it got under your skin. Oh, skin seems nice.
I'm all right. Just a little shaken. First nightmare since all this started.
About time. You were past due. Oh, how scary would you say it was compared to,
The terrifying visage that you see before you now?
Not even close. Sister Selene.
Shipment came for you.
You're here, Lord Charon. Right on time.
Oh, little star.
Selene's here.
During such phases, I remain unseen in the night sky and can enjoy a moment's rest. So let us speak a little more. Although I fear that speaking starts to drain me of my light. How fares the task?
Great Selene, I am honored by your presence here. The task proceeds at pace, I think. Although, as you well know, we have much left to do. I'm grateful you've been watching over me.
And I am grateful for the opportunity. I am the Eye of Night, but you, I think, have come to be her sword. Until we see each other once again under her veil.
Farewell till then.
Farewell till then.
The nocturnal arms still are holding something back. Temperature looks good. As bearer of the fated arms of night, I seek their aspects hidden from my sight. So mote it be. The silver pool reacted to my spell. So much to choose from now.
Aspect
Where to even begin?
Awakenings. Wait, so we have... Aspect of Malinui for all of the current weapons. These can be leveled up to get permanent bonuses. The staff charges Omega moves faster. The daggers get backstab damage. The torches have the Omega special last longer. Oh, the axe has faster recovery. That's what I've been missing on the axe. Okay. See, I was judging the axe based on a stat that it doesn't necessarily commit to full time. That's good to know. More recovery speed seems very important on that. And our attacks have more power for each shell fired and not yet retrieved on the skull. Is kind of cool. And then we can unlock new aspects. Aspect of Circe for the staff. After landing 21 attacks or specials, gains Serenity for 6 seconds. Our Omega moves are faster, and we rapidly restore mana. The Aspect of Moments. While you have no more than half of your max health, absorb your Omega Special Blast to restore 5 health. That's kind of cool. The daggers have the Aspect of Artemis. While you channel your Omega attack, you occasionally parry and riposte. Prevent damage from most types of direct attacks. And then we riposte. We're impervious for a second. Our next 9 strikes have 50% crit chance. Interesting. The Aspect of Pan. Our specials seek foes in our casts and fire more blades after we channel. We get more blades. That's cool. So you get homing blades spam. It's kind of cool. Torches. Aspect of Moros. Our attacks linger and explode in a blast if struck by our specials. Oh, that's cool. Aspect of Eos. Attacks grow bigger and stronger over 4 seconds and return whenever we sprint. Interesting. The axe. Aspect of Charon. Our cast lasts longer and erupts like our Omega cast if struck by our Omega special. The aspect of Thanatos. When we hit with our Omega moves, gain critical chance until we take damage. Interesting. Skull. Aspect of Medea. Our attack stays within reach and explodes in a large area on impact or after 3 seconds. What do you mean stays within reach? Aspect of Persephone. Damage we deal generates glory, enhancing our Omega special. Bizarre. Omega special lasts up for 5 additional seconds, firing continuously while we have control. Worth noting in this game that occasionally never means that it's chance-based, simply that there is a cooldown. That's kind of cool. Cost various materials to upgrade. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I think we'll explore the aspects a little bit more the next time we return to Hades 2. For now, Twitch chat, I'm in desperate need of some lunch. So that's what I'm going to do first and foremost here. Is take a break, refill the legs, stretch the water, and all that jazz. I guess I'll leave you on the main menu of Hades here for a few minutes. When I return in 10 minutes or so, we're going to be playing Ace Attorney Chronicles, continuing our law-abiding adventures with ridiculous voice acting provided by me and stupid puns provided by the game. That's the plan, anyway. So I'll be back in a bit, Twitch chat, when court is in session. If you're headed out as a Switch games, no worries, all cool. If you're sticking around, cool, I'll see you in a bit. BRB, Twitch chat. All right, everybody, we are back. And we are switching up our game here. As it's time to return to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. As soon as I can find it in my Steam list. There we are. Perfect. Welcome back, Twitch chat, to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is a completely serious historical drama set in Japanese courts in the middle of the last century. And it's been quite an adventure thus far. We first managed to prove our innocence. Let's use the word prove. In the killing of an English gentleman in a restaurant. I don't know what awaits us here in episode 2. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band is what we begin right now.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness.
Sholmes.
You see
Sherlock
it, Wilson?
Holmes?
He
Yes.
yelled, his tense voice reverberating
Yes,
through the air.
it is Sherlock Holmes.
I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
January 9th, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship Burya.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So, the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What? So many questions right now.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the
Ah, yes, the fingerprint gun.
Himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait! Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But That mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
It's already been 5
Who are
seconds,
you,
by the way.
And where have you come from?
You gonna do it, or what?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes.
Herlock Sholmes!
You must have heard of me.
Oh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. I'm in chains. I've murdered somebody again. Why does this keep happening to me? So you wake up now, hmm? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, hmm? Sorry? Now, you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in the sheep's belt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Along with his sword. Here in this very the chalk outline with his sword. Oh no. His body. Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be dead. He's a lawyer. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Wait, what? You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Okay, we smuggled ourselves into the room via the trunk? It's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Sure, where's the chamber pot? I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come in and clean the cabin. Get back in the trunk. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper, then just stick it on the outside of the wardrobe. Totally not suspicious. Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors. I don't know, that sounds obvious? We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Duh, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, and I did do some murders, but I didn't murder Rinas. Or I didn't murder, Kazuma. Murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Oh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be opened from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. Cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? Yes, there's literally a vent in the corner. This is right here. Hello, no other access? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call in 35 days. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. Since you missed the start? No, you didn't miss the start. We just started in the middle. That's true. Yes. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Murderer. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but I was doing really embarrassing things, not murdering. Be ye. Thanks for the 34 months of support. He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. Headband stilled forever. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. Wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, just trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Alright? Ugh. My head is throbbing. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh yeah, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the whole time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. He knew I was here. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. To be lawyers. In law. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. We just kind of narratively skipped over it. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing? Forget it. Zuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. To involve katanas. Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little bit. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san? I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean. I know Kazuma-sama. I expect that he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. Of human trafficking, that's right. That's word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? Well, I was kind of asleep, or something. I don't really remember anything. It'd be too easy that way, you see. Kazuma brought me something to eat just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Yeah. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Apparently, yes. I think I was drugged. No, it sounds unbelievable, really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Yeah, we were definitely drugged. Or maybe just hit on the head, actually. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there is no one else who could possibly have done this. And therefore, once again, we were going to assume you're guilty until you can conclusively prove that somebody else is guilty. Oh yeah, I'm super with you on this one, Feli. Kazuma is not dead, is my headcanon at the moment. This is all some sort of stupid misdirection. But yeah, I'm not convinced Kazuma is dead for a half minute here. Why did this have to happen? Can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. I can't, the door's locked. We already talked about this. You're the perpetrator of this crime. If you can't leave, I won't allow it to happen. I'm sorry. Kazuma was killed right under my nose here. And I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, literally, while whoever did this walks free? Also literally? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to become a lawyer. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Because I am getting kicked in the butt. What just happened? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. How am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Oh yeah, the Japanese Supreme Court. He's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence here. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Can't find anything out of place here. This is the paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember working really hard on it. But I'll never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to be able to read that? He said. Still, I was sure people would get the idea, even if they couldn't read it. So we used it anyway. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but no one opened the doors. Okay. Here, I have this. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. Not so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah. Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. Just like no one could have possibly gotten into the room from the outside or left it because the door was locked. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of this evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of teleportation to get inside the wardrobe. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. All right, let's get to work. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. I shall be watching you, scum. I wouldn't want you using your teleportation tricks to escape the room, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Asuma, I swear, I will avenge your death in court. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. That's not how ventilation works. If its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, it should be connected to the outside. That's true as well. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when seas are rough, or something? It sounds like a shit explanation, I'm gonna be honest. Oh dear, that won't do. What's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Yeah, that's not good. I think you need a hand-holding tutorialization moment to tell you what to do here. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look all around, aren't you? Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. So we don't have a special highlight for things, it seems. It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? It's not what I was clicking on, but sure. What do you mean memories? It's actually how we stowed away on the vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. See, it says this way up, in Japanese. Which in hindsight should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't have been able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. I see it's got a check mark for things I've investigated. Azuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. Suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, wasn't he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. Not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yeah, you're right. It's the color of brick. Even though I don't see any bricks here. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. No weapons or other dangerous objects. Pets are also forbidden. That's it. Why are you staring at me? Sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I think I'm a pet. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? He's fallen over as well. It's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it? Then perhaps... it was you, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. Don't like to see a mess. Shouldn't take a photograph first or anything, nope. Just gonna fix all that. Yep. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete, which means he was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened. Let's see what it says. It could be a clue. That's out of the question. Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his diary. That's rude. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, fine. I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important than anything? Especially the law. Or privacy. What? Hello? Some kind of filthy European. How did he get here? Forest Tail, thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Joining us for some completely serious Ace Attorney Chronicles. You noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Hirohito-san, don't tell me. You really not know who that is? Not much of a reader. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. Something very unusual about him. And he's investigating Kazuma's desk, or just playing on it. I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Also, how did he get in here? This whole case is already hinging on the fact that nobody can get into this room when the door is closed. We just violated that already. Just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people while they're in the crosshairs, you can talk to them. I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say. Please do. Sup? Excuse me, sir? Excuse me, do you have a moment? This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems busy. Maybe that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you for long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk right now? I see. Fascinating. Story, what do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You. Been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. No? What? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps it was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. You perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the berry-boned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, right? I certainly am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits this bill. I try those goggles on. They look awesome. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. Listen, that is... Hiya! Is this gonna keep happening? Explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, kind of, but that's really vague, so anybody could really self-identify with that. Ah, there you have it. You see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest, you suck at this. Also, I'm in trouble. Help. Not really sure you can call this deduction, more just plain observation. Indeed, and observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I mean, that is how I call shots in Slay the Spire. I don't think you introduced yourself. My apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, it's really you? The actual Sherlock Sholmes? The very same. The inimitable actual Sherlock Sholmes. You know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san? Of course I do. There's no one in the world who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? Great question, Ryunosuke. Great question. Everybody else seems to have more of a clue than you. We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Game definitely knows what it's trying to be and has no qualms about it. Yes. Yes. It's delightfully cheesy. And it is inimicably stupid. I love it. What were you investigating? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Oh yeah, the guy who's dead. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Well, I did find a half-eaten cracker. That was pretty tasty. Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some kind of satanic text. London Diary. Must be written in code. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? Of course, it is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese, and I am practiced in the art of upside-down speed reading. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Right? Susato-san, aren't you gonna throw this detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? Couldn't possibly throw such a tall, handsome man. That only works on people who fit inside suitcases. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese? I know Japanese, but I'm just making sure that you do. Sayonara, Banzai, Mikaido, Nado, Konnichiwa. Trust you're suitably impressed. This diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Ha 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 ha! Confusion makes me laugh. So what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. They read as follows. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound. These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I'd never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to that. To the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary had been entered into the court record. Oh, is that what it says on the fluorescent? Thank you. I think you've saved us some time. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? It's elementary, you see. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was me, the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number. Gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Sorry, I was just a little bit in disbelief that you would just blend in with the crew, sir. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Sholmes, was on board. Incognito, of course, and the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Arg. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Really? Two facts, you say? What were those two facts? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. No, I'm going to drag it out for many, many more paragraphs. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? Yes, but first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate, slowly. The two facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. 2. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, what made you think the victim was Russian? He wrote words in Russian, obviously. Russian word for wardrobe. You really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head for this young man. Russian. Kazuma was Russian. I never knew that. Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interests of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe, at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. A tracksuit. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Yeah, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. Many times I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. What do you deduce? Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in? Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and the assassin of 16 part. Oh yeah, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, violent Bolshevik. It's not my name. Don't look anything like that guy. Look at his face. Look at the stash. The hat. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. That's right, I overthrew my facial hair. Please, that I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list either. Need I say more? Well, that part is true, actually. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated so far and those he is plotting. Everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it, anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself, as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Therefore, I will treat you like rubbish. Take it. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. Cast your eye over it sometime if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture. So, you're a great detective, are you? What was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than Herlock Sholmes. I see. You're German? Herlock. What? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have no air, but call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in the exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rand's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. Never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Here it is, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? Must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I am returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. Science? I thought those were outlawed. The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in his subject. Furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Fade to black. Fade back in. Same spot, same people. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Right, detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think, perhaps, that we could go with you? No, that would be too complicated. We'd have to render a whole new room full of objects and details. Much better that you continue to stay here and look at the same items. What? But why? It's cheaper that way, don't you understand? The DS only has so much processing power, and we're already pushing it to its limit just with this room. Oh. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it. Only a moment ago. You called me Russian and everything. You're me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that, too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what were you looking at before, then? My knees? Some detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Ha 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 ha. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can open a door... Ow. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Yeah. Give me a choice there, lady. I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. Situation doesn't look good for me. There are still things I can do to help myself. I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. So we can move now. Excuse me, but I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Would you mind if I investigated a little bit outside? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking prison guard to help him escape. Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. There's no chance of me escaping. And yet, you stay in this cabin until next port. Then it's up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. All right. No point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, for he has none. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. I'd have been in a lot of trouble, really. Yeah, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow it to bring him on this trip. To allow him to bring it on this trip. And to allow them to bring it into the courtroom. I suppose that shows how important it was to him. And now that he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. That's my dinner! A roast chicken. It was really good. Yeah, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat it on the floor? I'm not a dog. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no. Does that mean Kazuma-sama spent his last night on the earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. There's nothing on this table at all. Plate and cutlery are all over the floor. Yeah, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still in place. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible. No, not like that. Justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true. His calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship? Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out. That's for sure. No wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside of the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before. That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again? But sure. It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries, people. People? What do you mean? Well, that's how I got here. I was brought on board inside the case. Oh, I see. This way up, in Japanese. Oh dear. Yeah, we've already seen this, but it wasn't marked as check. The colored band. Speckled band. We already got a hint from the game that it's a snake. This is, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Am I familiar with the games, the stories that the game is based off of? No, I am not. Not at all. Really, that sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yeah. In the interest of cultural research, obviously. Suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy. Cowboy, thanks for the whole 12 months of support. Thank you, thank you. You've really been living in the wardrobe for 2 whole weeks? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh. Must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in, so I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Last night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin? Sadly not. Sadly not. Okay, I think we're done here. Is that... Is something wrong? Oh no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. Can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. He looks suspiciously like a waiter. Slash... investigator. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? Why are you here, buddy? I recognize that face, but it can't be. It is! Didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. Why are you here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Got nothing more for me right now, Inspector? So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yeah, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Who? It was Minister of Justice Jikogu who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that have even been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jikogu said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we wouldn't give Asogi-san a viable security escort. A visible security escort. Or viable, I guess. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin, not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector? So if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yeah, so we need to be let out of this cabin. I'm sorry. You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, you would be killed instantly. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? Nanomachines? It's just the same when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel. Choose some evidence. You got it. Kazuma's diary, I think, is what we want here. present as a separate button here now, I see. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, "What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill." He spelled grill with an E, are you sure? Very strange. Yeah, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. All right, then. Can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. Wait, you're stuck in here too? The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Yes, you are too busy guarding the crime scene, so have the criminal do the next investigation, of course. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove these handcuffs, though, so you'll have to kind of hobble around while you do it. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word, he said, coughing up blood every time he lied. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move? Sorcery. It's 7:48 a.m. Oh, we've been at this bright and early. Ooh, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation? Yeah. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. You know how they are about accommodations. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Can't imagine what it would be like trying to live in a cramped up, tiny little space for 2 weeks on end. On a ship. That sounds hard. Oh, look over there. There's another friendly-looking crewman keeping watch. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. What part of I was in a wardrobe the whole time did you not understand? I was in a trunk when I first came aboard, too. And then, yeah, the wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Throw me on the floor again. Or something. This looks like a plan of the Burya. It shows each deck. The Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink into the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. Is it? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. I thought we were going to go into an explanation of how ships float there, but no, we went with something much stupider. Thank you. Ships do not float for the same reason islands float, because islands are not floating. Good lord, I feel like I just got dumber. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Wait, but it was glowing. What do you mean? Okay. A trap for catching mice. We have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Chalk? Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of strange beasts called cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Figures Rionos could be a cheeseless cretin. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will shut on your fingers. Really? But it looks so tasty. I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. And that entire chicken leg. How are you not stuffed? I don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? What are you saying, Ryunosk? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. Immediately goes for it. What are you doing? You can't touch that. This is an emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs. I am an emergency. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. First class cabin. That's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's cabin. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's cabin with your wardrobe inside. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh. Hi. Excuse me, we need to get inside this cabin here. This sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's gonna let us pass. That's a problem. Ship protocols. It's a huge book, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. No, I said it was a book. Should we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Presumably. That's the way to the second class area. Something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. I'm really hungry. Things aren't exactly going well for me. Cat's stomach. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, I'm going to throw you to the floor again. Wait, what? Oh dear. I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Can I ask you something, sir? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask for something from you? You little third-class lady's maid? Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman Biff Stroganoff. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about the first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Burya steamship, for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Da. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like yes. I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like we need an invitation. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is an authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Wow. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time. I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone in there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Hit. Susaru-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no. Niet. I'm not so sure. Could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report the captain. You must return to cabin. Alright. Okay, the second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly. I understand. Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Should we read the ship's log now? You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. Let's go. Knock, knock. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in here to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes? I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Whether it's necessary or not. Please, Mr. Sholmes, wait. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It's not even locked. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. How do I release this muscular urge? Who are you? A Western gentleman? Yes, this man looks... Yeah, this man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. Woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. In that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you. Now. Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylet, You're Mr. Grimsby Roylet, I believe. Grimsby Roylet. Is there a pun in that name I'm not noticing? Yes, that's me, and you are... I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Man uses that magazine like a business card. Detective? I do not trust detectives. Well, I don't trust people who run with scissors. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. Grimsby Roylott is a character from the Sherlock Holmes story The Speckled Band, which is what this case references. Okay. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? But don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? They'd have to be extremely unmanly to do that. It's quite fashionable these days, is it not, traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that? Mr. Naruhodo? The case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I snip. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. Isn't it hard to use scissors while wearing mittens? I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin. This is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you. Okay, we're just gonna get the same response each time. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I said. Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was taking a nap, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe while waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh, that's right now. And it would seem the hour is upon us. Am I mistaken? Well, no, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Well, he's got scissors, so I would say a rock. Why, the truth, of course. Oh. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right? Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? How's it going, Hired? How many runs did it take me to kill Cerberus in Hades 2? 6 or 7, I want to say. We got to the end in 10 or so runs. Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things is appropriate to say. That's right. And Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting. But I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment and the cognition. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Oh, Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So, do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery? Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of scissors in your hand, which he keeps trying to hide. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You need to trim that huge beard. Exactly. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you are already familiar with. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Violin Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Why is he casting a shadow on the newspaper? As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You were the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Violin Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Revolutionary on the run. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime, giving yourself a terrible shave. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylett. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. And I have evidence that I think will crack this case wide open. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would the identity of this young lady in the traveling case be? Dear me, we are not well suited to life of crime, are we? You careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of the newspaper. For there is another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, I didn't bother doing it. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other? What are you on, Ryunosuke? Yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Will be able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylett does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. First glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years' worth of her would be poking out of the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. Troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies? Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of a small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? I mean, put words in his mouth? That's a great idea. But very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. I keep laughing at them inappropriately, too. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh my god. My handcuffs are gone. The murderer must have stolen them. How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Wait, no, I'm worried about that now. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. Can I stay like this? So let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Old man's identity. Topic 1. So, the dubious-looking Russian. Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place... scissors. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Shaving. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, here's Wonderwall. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Thick hat. Copious beard. Those are my only two options. Alright, he was going to use it on the hat, I guess.
Yes!
Thick hat. For years, you have been on the run in your homeland, and that hat has never left your head. I can move the camera. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it looks like we're maybe going to lose a point here. As a result, almost unbelievably, your thick beard has woven itself inextricably together with your hat. Because you now have an itch. Somehow you must reach it, even if that means cutting off your hat. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting to never have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh. I'll try again. That was worth it, though. From every angle, they say. Yes, every angle. Oh, I see. Interesting. Oh, golden locks? What is this weird hair you've got going on? What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylet's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true, so it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Okay, but that's not he was gonna... What? I'm really confused. Coat buttons. I can also say he was cutting off his coat buttons. I can't even see them, really. It's fascinating. Are you looking at the buttons on his coat? Could it be that Mr. Roylet was planning to cut these off? Why? Well, when you're wearing thick gloves, it can be very hard to undo buttons. And couldn't you just take off your gloves first? Oh, I have to present. I see. Okay. Interesting. I want you to take a deep breath and look at this from a fresh perspective, Naruhodo-san. I think she's angry. Yes, present.
Yes!
Golden locks. Now we get to do the dramatic snapping. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away these golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman! And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have known. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Story? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked up doesn't fit the facts at all. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylet is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. All right, I'll do my best. Looks like it might be interesting. Can't read a single word, though. Beautiful young Russian princess. Or ballerina. Glad you've noticed this article. Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. The disappearance of a young lady, renowned prima ballerina. Was in costume when she was found to be missing. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, worth 20,000 rubles. Ah. Must be an unbelievable amount of money. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. The director is beside herself with worry. Does seem to be the Russian thing to do. Flee your country, yeah. Not even going to dignify that with a response. And now I can present this.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. A renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's primary ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Was that a fake nose, or what? My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Ballerina on the run. Stall. Okay, well, she definitely didn't kidnap the ballerina. Because she is the ballerina. As for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Bannerman, thanks for the 13 months of the Prime sub. And the proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. She kidnapped the revolutionary, that's right. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our eyes, the traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right, it seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Yeah, just gotta... Rotating the camera, very important here. You are stealing this tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Those look like real diamonds to you? Oh, Naruhodo-san, try it on? What? What do you mean try it on? I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. You should try it, Naruhodo-san. Like I've seen it somewhere recently, in a newspaper article.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Oh. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Russia? Of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself? She must have been extremely lonely. All right, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? It's full of my undergarments. My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have laid eyes upon them. You're me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. That's actually a word I haven't heard before, coup d'oeil. What does that mean, Twishat? I know coup d'etat and coup de grace, but coup d'oeil is not one I'm familiar with. Chicken coup as well. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely lost the plot again. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? That's a generous term, adapting his logic. But why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? Wait. It's the same bookshelf as before? Including the same statue as the one we cleaned up in the other room. Why are they both knocked over? Do you think so? It doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. That's true, but still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case, and it must be somewhere in the same area. I agree, that's the only possible answer. Whatever she has hidden in that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Small picture, books on the shelf, rules of passage. Pets are forbidden. Yeah, there's a pet. There's a pet. Wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I?
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects. Pets are forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden. And alive. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord, unless it was a bioweapon. This lady is smuggling bioweapons on board the ship. The dance. The last item listed is forbidden. A pet. Again, the scream of guilt is sounded. Everyone knows when someone levels a true accusation at you, you must scream and recoil as if struck. Possession of a prohibited animal. Solved. Deduction complete. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylet. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell, why none other than the young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai, I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man, I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in hand and... at that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Yes, when you leave your door unlocked, they do. Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What's in the box? You were right. It is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Gollum. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, You must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. All right, I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something Mr. Sholmes's great deduction? It was certainly something. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's useful. Indeed, it is incredible. And useful. And one more thing. Yes? What? Observe your wrists. Oh, damn it. Come on, man. Hands are cuffed again. What? Oh, come on. How'd you do that? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Thanks for that. There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it, really? Yeah, we just had to take all those shackles off long enough to do the finger pointing. Anyway, let's listen to what what Miss Pavlova has to say. Can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we were trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps the steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board died. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. Didn't notice anything that was happening around me. I see. You've run away from your ballet company, have you? The Novovich Ballet. Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. We'll start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition, when you have that striking tiara as a reminder. The tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. You ran away to protect yourself. Yes, and the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation to what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a ridiculous question. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, how have you been on the ship for 2 weeks? However, we didn't stop at port. Of course, So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business, he said. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about me. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious snake, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah, so reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? No. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? No. Ah, you credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? It's certainly not a land with snakes. Don't they have small rabbits there, then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. The benefits of chicken friendom. A rousing wake-up call. Daily fresh eggs. Did he just say both of those things? Oh my god, this is so dumb. Yeah, you're not going to get both of those from the same chicken, just pro tip. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends, I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. He obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Wait, what am I showing her? Not sure, actually. This. I can't present it at the moment. Here. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, "You can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, colored band is dangling from the ventilator grill." Speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to the cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean anything to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Knock, knock. Excuse me, Mr. Roylet. He's back. He's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright. I will come now, Beef Stroganoff. I appreciate that he reacquired the scissors. What? You must leave. No. No, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yeah, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylet. Get out! Passenger said out! Or you want me to throw you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this room until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. We'll be continuing it at another date, Twitch chat. As for now, this is going to be the end of... Can I return to main menu somehow, please? Game? No? G is options. Here we go. Well, got ourselves into quite the predicament. Stand accused of murder again. This time of our dear friend Kazuma. A mystery that will require quite some unraveling. Next weekend, we're going to be back at it, playing some more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and either continuing or hopefully concluding the second trial here. But for now, Twitch chat, I am going to be concluding our stream for the day and indeed for the week. We'll be back on Tuesday, not later than noon Eastern Standard Time. Till then, my friends, I hope you all stay cozy and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. See you later, Tom, the Sheep That Could, Gimp Pack, Ivy Blade, Quinto Bean, Chitara, Swarshizaishin, and everybody else. Until next time, my friends, stay cozy and have a good one. Toodaloo, my friends. Stay cozy. Bye-bye.